Hey yo, go it up. Hang on, what's going on here? What's going on here? Sorry, all my camera settings have reset. There we go. That's better. Izzy, good morning. How are you? Doing good? Doing good, doing good. How are you? So, new painting today, new environment painting. Yeah, I'll get into that when it's time. I'm going to start off with a bit of a study. This morning, thought I would do a thought I'd do a bit of a study beforehand. I think the end of yesterday we were answering some questions and was talking about good and like fun ways to study drawing figures in dynamic poses. And I was saying that I use pictures of surfers and stuff a lot for that because the poses are always dynamic and they're always like really off angle. And obviously there's a good like weight and momentum and stuff like that going on with them. So it's so yeah, that's what we're going to start with. Alive and kicking. Nice. Hey Josh, how you doing? Good morning. Thank you for another lovely poem. Yeah, looking forward to paintball training on Saturday, my guy. It's going to be good fun. It's going to be nice to see everyone as well. And it's probably going to be freezing cold and raining, so yeah, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that. You've got many Luxes. Uh-oh. There's a surprise. Does corruption... Is corruption sponsored by Lux? Or... Okay. So, alright, enough of my face. Let's go to Photoshop. Yeah, DLX. Nice. Very nice. I've never shot one. I wouldn't mind shooting a few balls through one just to see what they feel like. I hear that they shoot amazing. Yeah, you can. There's a mini face down in the corner. All right. So yeah, this morning I'm going to start off obviously with the warm up. The warm up today. I've got this awesome photo. Someone surfing. So I'll start off just by essentially like drawing the pose out, but I'm going to sort of stylize it, exaggerate it a little bit, maybe sort of, you know, mess with some of the angles. And then, yeah, I'll get to a point where I sort of do a bit of a painting later on. So yeah, there we go. So for that starting point, I'm just gonna close up on this dude. I wish I could surf this well. Surfing, it's very fun, very difficult. I'm terrible at it, but I still give it my best when I go. You'll be getting an air when it's released. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've never tried a Lux. They do look. I think they have the best like styling. For sure, of all paintball markers. Sorry. Yeah, they definitely have the best styling. Like the Luxes look amazing, but I never shot one, and I hear they're quite unreliable, which kind of puts me off. I don't want to have something that breaks all the time, especially if we're in a tournament. Like, to lose a point because my gun didn't work, my marker didn't work, it really pissed me off. A shot in the game, however fragile, you need to know what you're doing with tuning and maintenance to get the best out of it. They're rubbish out of the box. Yeah, that's no interest for me. Okay, so what I'm sort of doing here with this, as you can see, I'm not like exactly sticking to this guy's proportions. I am trying to sort of understand the pose, but you know, a lot of the work that I do is very stylized, and therefore when I'm doing these kind of studies, I try and sort of do them stylized. In this way, it sort of helps me sort of take something that's real and try and push the stylization of it. It's just kind of helpful exercise to do. I find, I think, and the way that I guess try and do this is to look for rhythms that I see within the subject and try and emphasize them more. And this can lead sometimes to sort of overemphasizing the wrong stuff. You're off back to work. All right, nice one, Josh. Thanks for dipping in, man. I'll see you on Saturday, dude. Have a great day, and yeah, I'll catch you soon. Thanks for dropping in. Good morning, Alex. Yanni, welcome. So yeah, I look for rhythms and I try and emphasize them, right? So here I sort of see this, it's not a very good color to show this in. Here I see this rhythm, like the lumbar spine sort of pointing down, and then everything else arranging itself on this kind of axis. So I'm sort of emphasizing this turn, and then sort of looking at the leg doing something like this, and then it being a sort of counter movement. And I'm just trying to sort of emphasize these rhythms that I see in here. And that's how I sort of like push the pose, if you like, is by emphasizing these rhythms. And then things like, you know, I'm cinching in the waist and giving him a larger chest, that kind of a thing. Yeah, and these are just sort of the things that I'm choosing to mess with and stylize, I guess. I think, you know, the way that I draw figures is an amalgamation of lots of different sources. You know, there's obviously everything I learnt at the atelier that comes into play, but there's also things that I've learnt from books, you know, such as like Michael Hampton, for example, and yeah, even George Bridgman, Bern Hogarth. You know, I've dipped into all of these books at various points and learnt little tidbits of stuff and things that you know, help a certain concept click for me. And then, you know, I sort of amalgamate all those little things together. So there's not like one source where I'm like, oh yeah, I just do it exactly this way. It's really an amalgamation of things that got me there. and like certain concepts, certain concepts that someone explains, they'll kind of do it in a way where it really clicks with you, and you're like, oh, okay, this is the first time I understood this particular thing because of the way it was explained, you know. And that's why I think, like, looking at all of these different artists and different sort of systems that artists have come up with for doing things, you just never know, like, which tidbit, if you like, is gonna click with you, and which explanation is really gonna resonate. That's the word. So it's worth looking around. I do feel like some of the more like modern, like, I want to call them anatomists, but they're not really. I don't really know. We'll stick with that. Some of the more modern, like, anatomists, if you like, I think are a little bit easier to comprehend. They are a lot more visual. I think someone like Bridgman, for example, like, some of the sketches are actually really quite difficult to understand, and the way that he explains stuff is a little bit old school. And you know, there's been sort of some diagrams in there that really click with me, but others I'm really like, I don't really know what he's going on about. I feel like Michael Hampton is very good. He at least has a lot of sort of action and movement inherent in his drawing style, which I think really helps to simplify and see gesture and so on. I also think that the guy that writes the Force books, can't remember his name, they're really good as well. So worth looking at them all. Castonia, good morning, welcome. Yep, you're late. Not the first spot today, I'm afraid. You've been beaten to it. Slacking. She's slacking. But morning. Hello, Crone. Welcome. So yeah, today I'm just going to start off again doing like a little study here. Just a little stylization study of the Sulphur. So, and then we'll get into a new environment. I spoke yesterday about sulphur pools, and so I had a bit of a think, did a sketch in my sketchbook last night, a scribble I should say, and then I collected some ref this morning, which I've been looking at quite a bit. So yeah, we're going to build out the composition for that today, which should be pretty cool. It's going to have a bit more verticality than the last one. And I think it's going to be overall sort of a bit of a much more colourful, brighter painting. And, you know, that should be its own challenge. I do like to sort of hide in the mood sometimes with these paintings, the environments. You know, we did the misty forest, and then we did the sort of like overcast day on the beach. So this one we're doing something where, I mean, there could be some sulphur smoke in there, you know, but it's not going to be like an overly kind of smoky image. So there's going to be less room to hide. Lots of saturation and bright colors, and also I think there's going to be a nice amount of kind of light and shadow play, which there wasn't in the beach one because it's, again, so like overcast. That the difference between the light and shadow is very small, but in this one I'm going to have some like direct sunlight coming through into the cave, I think, and that's going to illuminate the sort of sulphur stuff. But I'll finish out this study first, and then we will do that. So let's quickly do this. So yeah, I've sort of done a you know, a stylization, if you like, of the figure. You know, basically looking at the rhythms that I see, which I went over just at the beginning there, and you know, I try and take the essence of the pose, but I try and sort of like stylize the proportions and the directions. I basically just try and exaggerate a little bit the rhythms that I see that are present there. I rarely copy anything one for one now. Like I don't really ever see the point for me exactly to sort of do that. For me, the stylization of what I'm looking at and the practice of doing that is really where I'm at with this kind of thing right now. Yeah, there's not much of a need for me to do it another way. So yeah, that's why I do it this way, essentially. Actually, maybe I could just do a neater drawing of him. I was going to like paint the wave and stuff, but I actually feel like I'll just do the figure instead. So let's do that. Let's do that. How do you not get bored from constant either work or studies? Don't you feel like just drawing something? Yeah, I mean, I do that in my sketchbook, for sure. But you know, I think the studies for me are quite interesting because, like, I'm just taking the essence of something and doing my own thing with it. And if I'm completely honest, aside from like designing compositions, right, and paintings that way, I'm not actually really like a good designer when it comes to character designs or, you know, anything like that. I really am much more of an illustrator than a designer. And yeah, sitting down and like designing something in my sketchbook, you know, aside from just me thinking about a composition or some scribbles or something, is actually quite difficult. I really am not a designer at heart, I don't think. That's why I kind of quite struggled as a concept artist, really, because and I don't really have that sort of an inherent interest in designing something. I'm much better at sort of taking something that's there and running with it rather than designing it from scratch. And I can do that stuff. I just don't think it's like something that's really that interesting for me. And yeah, I find it quite difficult as well. I used to draw a lot of stuff in my sketchbook and, you know, like try and design characters and stuff, but it would always really just be sort of derivative of stuff I had already looked at. find when it comes to inventing compositions and such, that's something I really like, and I guess you could call that design in a way, but and the sort of graphic side of my compositions, I like coming up with the sort of the graphic design that underpins it. Yeah, when I start an illustration, I have an idea, but I think it's not in the same way that like a character designer would go about doing things. It is a bit of a different sensibility, I think. One that I've not practiced so much. And the way that my ideas come out, specifically in the sketchbook as well, it's like I really am quite a scribbler, you know. The essence of it is there, and then I'm like, okay, I have enough here that I'll just go into Photoshop and start building it out. You know, I don't sort of sit there in the sketchbook anymore and render things out. But I don't just want to sit down and. But don't you just want to sit down and draw the illustration? What do I'm not really sure. I guess what you mean. Like, once I have a sort of the scribble or the idea in my head, I just go straight into doing it. Yeah, I used to sit and render stuff in my sketchbook for hours, but I don't so much do that anymore. Okay, let me read what you've written again. Let's see. How do you not get bored from either constant work or studies? Don't you feel like just drawing something? Okay. Do I feel like just drawing something? Yeah. No. I don't. I guess I'm not. I don't really see, like. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. We confused each other, I guess. Yeah, I think I do get bored of work. Definitely. and I actually don't study that much. If I wasn't streaming, I wouldn't be painting. I usually do anything else but paint and draw for the longest time, because work really sucks a lot of energy and stuff out of me. So it's only really because I'm streaming again that I even have the want to do these things, and that's why I'm just sort of studying some stuff that, you know, with the landscapes and stuff like that I don't normally have the energy to do, because it's kind of motivating for me to do it right now. And yeah, I'm just trying to sort of improve my skills there. But yeah, we're going to start a cool new environment today. It should be fun. Did you finish the boat? Yeah, I got basically where I'm gonna leave the boat as a thing yesterday. Like, I could spend more time on it, obviously, but I think as something that I just wanted to do on stream and so on, I think it's pretty much where I wanted it to be. So, yo, Patrick, what's up? Yeah, I really enjoyed the boat one. That was cool. I learned a lot on that. And so, yeah, with this new one, I'm gonna do something with a bit more like verticality to it, and it's gonna be much more sort of bright and open. Got some cool ref to show you, and yeah, it's gonna be cool. A bit more off the beaten track. A bit more room for some more expression with the shapes and the graphic design of things, and some direct lighting. So I'm going to show you like a little bit of a slightly different technique, I guess, because the other one was a bit easier to do just by painting within the shapes in and of themselves, because it's overcast. But this one will obviously be a little less. Well, it's going to be a lot brighter, so there's no room to hide. But yeah, I'll do like 10 more minutes on this. I'm just noodling, getting warmed up. But I'm getting kind of over it. Yo, Oracle, what's up? Yeah, cheers for let me do your critiques on stream yesterday. That was cool, very helpful. I will in future like just schedule a stream that is just for paintovers, and we'll do that in the future, I think, because then we can really dedicate a whole stream to them and get into all the different concepts and so on. And I'm trying to figure out a way that we could do like a sort of a whole stream on composition and sort of how to design a composition and so on. But I need to kind of think about a format in which that's gonna work for everyone. Skeleton Man getting rendered. Glad my iPad Procreate purchase is actually working a lot in my favor. Yeah, it looks fun. It looks fun. I need to get the sort of paper-like cover and try it out with my wife's iPad. I tried doing a splash art on Procreate a while ago. We were spending a couple of weeks in France, and I was like, I'm gonna take my wife's iPad and I'm gonna learn Procreate on it. And I sort of tried to do a splash art on it, and I was really fighting the surface, and I couldn't find some good brushes that I was into. And yeah, it really pissed me off, so I didn't return back to it. But the idea of being as portable as that is pretty good, not gonna lie. Yeah, I agree. I think I wouldn't be able to do like work on it anyway, because everything's got to be in Photoshop. But for sketching, it'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I'm such a scribbler in my sketchbook. The sketchbook is just there to sort of, for me at least now, just to sort of get the rough shape out of my head so that I've saved it somewhere. And then usually doesn't go any further than that. Just make it an organic sword. I did want to do some like prop design, well not prop design, just like draw a sword basically on stream as something, so that might do that soon. I also have this like rough sketch in my sketchbook of like loads of fish all like swimming towards the camera, and I'm like, oh, that could be a kind of cool one. The fish illustration that I have in mind would be a good composition stream actually. Alrighty. I feel warmed up enough to jump into the main event today. So I'll leave this study as is. This is a warm up concluded. Okay, so here we go. New image. I'll go through some of the references that I gathered, and then I'll show you the sketchbook sketch, and then yeah, I'll go into sort of like planning that out, drawing it out. So this idea is basically I wanted to do something that uses like sulphur pools, sulphur terraces, but I also wanted to do something with a bit more verticality, so something where, you know, we're looking, there's more structures going up into the sky, and there's structures going below us. So that's also going to be a thing. So here's some of the ref. I'll start with the real life stuff. So these are like sulphur, I don't know what you'd call them, like tubules. Anyway, there's these. Look at this place. These are like what I'm calling sulphur terraces. So it kind of looks like a rice paddy almost, but they're pools of sulphur and all this like crystallized, I guess crystallized sulphur on the side. But really awesome colors. This particular place is in Ethiopia. It's called the Danakil Depression in Ethiopia, and yeah, it's really cool. I don't know if this particular photo is also from there, but yeah, you can see just really, really sick colors. So this is going to be, yeah, I bet it's very eggy, I guess. It just smells like egg. Here's some more. I really like the gradients, which is going to be really nice. These kind of, you know, deep reddy browns and then kind of desaturating and going up. So these gradients are really nice. There's a lot of great color references there. And then like normal rock, and then, you know, all of this stuff. This was a painting that I found on ArtStation. I think it has some nice nice shapes and textures and simplifications. So that's there. I was just looking at that as a sort of something. The geysers as well, also quite nice. And then yeah, there's this. Someone like made it in 3D. And I've found this before. I looked at the actual colors, but I quite like some of the colors in here. So that's here. And then I also have these where, like, basically it's all dried up. So I'm imagining, if you imagine well, I'm sort of going to set the scene like in a huge cave, and like we're going to be underneath the roof. So the roof kind of shapes will be like this above, but we're going to be looking like up and also down into it. So these are here for that shape. But again, I like the flatness on the top of these. I think it's really cool. I like that sort of shape to it, the gradient. So yeah, really cool stuff in there. So then, this was what I scribbled out in my sketchbook. My main focus, I guess, in here was like, I wanted two shapes interacting with each other. So I wanted sort of this gesture, right? And then this kind of gesture, the sort of a counter thing. So these would be like holes in the ceiling, right? And then obviously we're going to see the sky through these. Going to see the sky through these. And then the light will be coming down inside and hitting all these cave formations. So I want this idea of like two basically like shapes coming in from different angles, interacting, and then lots of sky holes. And then we're looking down here, and these would be all like terraced pools that go down and down and down and down and down. And we could have a bit of like sulphur smoke, or maybe even like geysers, lots of stalactites on the roof, and just this really interesting like organic roof shape that's coming in and out. And then obviously some verticality in this. So this is how I was like conceiving of it in my sketchbook last night. And then this morning I just had a little like practice draw over this, getting an idea of what those shapes could be. But I'm going to kind of redraw this out on stream with you guys. And the other thing that I did was I set up a grid in Pano Painter and brought that in here. And this is just going to like remind me where the horizon is. But just to explain the grid a little bit, we basically have like a ceiling plane. All this stuff is going to be basically the ceiling. And then this is the floor plane, this kind of grid here. So then anything below this is going to be like below the floor plane. So we're going to have the ability to be like looking down basically at structures down here. And then also looking up through the sky holes like up here. So it's going to have a really nice like verticality overall. We're going to get a good sense of like verticality. Space, a bit more space, I guess. And that we're not actually on the ground level. We're sort of somewhere hovering above that, and there's going to be sort of pools and terraces below us. There's going to be rock formations in front of us. There's going to be kind of pillars and stuff that are going up and holding up these kind of roof structures. So it's just going to be like a very nice big cavernous space. But then inside, obviously it's not going to be like dark, but it's going to be in shadow. So lots of bounce light because it's all very yellow and orange and brown. But it's going to be sort of dark in the cave, or like at least not lit. And then the sunlight is going to be coming directly through these sky holes and like illuminating some of the pools. So we'll get some really like sharp reflections in the water and these kind of focal points where the light's coming through. So the main sort of focal point, if you like, for me, is going to be this pool here that is going to be getting light coming through this space above it, and we're just going to get this really nice sunlight on here, maybe even like a bit of sulphur smoke like rising off of that pool where it's maybe like evaporating in the sun a bit, and it's just going to be really wow. And then we'll get kind of tastes of that elsewhere where these other sky holes are like shining on bits. So yeah, that's the idea. Can we pull it off? We shall see. But yeah, I would defo check out that place is called the Danakil Depression, and it's very, very cool. It's in Ethiopia. Yeah, I mean, I mostly chose to do it because of the colors. Like, it's just so different from the last one that we've done. Yeah, absolutely beautiful place. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. Very cool. So how are we gonna do it? How are we gonna do it? So we're just getting the right level of like opacity for all these layers to start with, because it starts to get like a little messy. Yeah, do you know, I think that I might start actually just in shape over this, and build up shapes. I was going to sort of redraw this stuff out a bit more, but I actually feel like it might be better to do it in shape. It seems like it's going to rely quite heavily on how shapes interact, and so having the shapes from the beginning is really going to help. So let's do that. Let's grab one of these colors. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting with the shapes. And the shapes are going to appear quite flat in the beginning, but then once we start sort of working inside of them and introducing some gradients and also the lighting coming through, you're really going to see it come alive quite quickly. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Much more an exercise in abstraction than the previous one, which is going to be hard. Spent all morning with rendering, so I wish for a fat nap right now. Yeah, I absolutely crashed out on the sofa after stream yesterday. Cycled home, and it was all like warm in my apartment, and I was like, oh. Sat on the sofa with the intention of just like chilling for 10 minutes, and then fell asleep for half an hour or so. So don't worry about the colors of these right now. Again, these are just like just arbitrary, in as much as they're only somewhat representative of what's going on. They're just for me to build shapes out right now. I've often found art to be obviously so fun, but so mentally heavy for me to do daily, all the decision-making, planning, and reevaluating. Yeah, it does take a bit of a mental toll. Way more than you'll give yourself credit for initially. But yeah, I agree. It really wipes me out. Especially after a day of work. Because my day always starts with like feedback for five people or so. Before midday, I've done a lot of thinking already. A lot of processing of information, and so by the time it gets to lunchtime, I'm pretty gassed. So I'm just blocking in some shapes right now, just to kind of be able to see the environment a bit. And then I will definitely spend some time designing shapes, designing the path that the eye takes along these shapes, and sort of warping this a little bit to get rid of my hand. We talked about the fact that you will always tend to sort of do similar shapes and such just because of the fact that you're like right-handed or left-handed and so on. So it can be quite difficult to make like unique shapes on the fly. And part of having like exciting shapes and so on is having variation, and therefore trying to break away from the same shapes you draw all the time, except it is very difficult. So there's a few ways that I try and limit that. Keeping all these shapes on a separate layer too, so that we can work them. We did this with the boat image, where all of the major elements, the focal point, the boat in the foreground, the rocks on the floor, the rock pools, like the pools of water on the floor, all of those things were separate shapes. Kind of almost like different Lego blocks, right? And you can, once you have all of the Lego blocks kind of tipped out on the floor, you can then start to work with them. And this is a very helpful kind of process to do. It's kind of like drawing with shapes, but once you have all of the shapes, you can mess with each one individually. And this is really going to give you a lot of freedom to work the graphics design of what you're doing, and also eliminate your tendencies to make the same kind of motions and shapes with your hands over and over and over again. So we're really going to have a lot of shapes here to play with. It's going to be quite nice. Since I work in my daily job in a way different field, I had to explain to Corpo in job interviews that my skills are as an artist and how relevant is blah blah blah, and actually made me see art so differently in a positive light. We harbour so many good skills. I had like this talk with someone about all my interest boils down to smoke and mirrors, writing, drawing, game design, bullshitting the audience to make a 2D image from seem 3D, and how the experience made me sort of understand human nature a lot better, especially game design in a way. It also helped with teaching, yellow paint equals intricate object. It's totally crazy as a game designer to create a make-believe world with its own rules and physics and guide players what they need to do. It's just kind of crazy to me. Yeah, I agree. Gonna have like the ones that are really low down kind of move into this more sort of green and white kind of shapes and terraces, and then there's sort of going to be a gradient going up, which I think would be quite cool. The mandatory little human figure for scale. Yeah, stick man. Man with stick. Toaster-headed man with stick. A banana for scale. That's magical. Hey, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Okay, getting a bit ahead of myself here, so let's slow it down a tiny bit. Okay, I'm just getting in like the major things, like I was saying, that are going to help me sort of plan this out, and then it's going to be like really getting into the shapes. So I actually don't think I need that kind of detail in there yet. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Kind of where you're coming from with the retro future kind of thing. Okay. And I actually think that right at the back here, Okay, I might try some custom shape tool stuff to get some kind of interesting pool shapes for the sort of terraces on the floor, basically. And I might also be able to do something similar for the roof. Now that I've sort of got enough here that I can see the space a bit, right? Still quite basic, obviously, but yeah, I want to try build out some more sort of solid shapes, basically. I like that, like, some of the default ones is boats. Like, it's boats. Interesting. Okay, this shape's going to be interesting to use. It's got a lot of nice curves in it that we can use. Yeah, that's why when I was like, oh, when I saw the thumbnail of it here and it was like curly like that, I was like, wait, jackpot. And then, yeah, we can like make, you know, other terraces out of these. Let's fill these. But it's nice to have a starting point for something like this that isn't my own shapes. Hey, I I don't really know what I'm doing. It's still something I'm practicing quite a bit, you know, but it's at that kind of, it's at a quite scary stage right now because I could easily lose it, you know. Could easily lose it. So the roof shapes I'm going to keep painted because there is something specific that I want. Like I can go into drawing over this now and show you. What I basically am looking to do is create a focal point. A focal point around here. And there's a couple of ways that I'm going to do this. I'm going to have this like very strong kind of leading shape in here. And I'm also going to have this kind of leading shape like this. And the light from this pool, the light from this ceiling hole is going to illuminate this pool here, and we're just going to get like a really nice hot spot and juicy kind of area. And then a lot of these shapes, you know, and the sort of ceiling shapes and that kind of thing, are, you know, like this kind of thing. But a lot of these shapes are all going to sort of start converging around here. So either things are going to point at this spot directly, or they're going to kind of cut back in and frame this spot. And that's why I'm putting all these shapes down initially, these big shapes. And what I'm now going to do is using those big shapes, try and create this idea, this convergence of information in this spot. So we only need a few shapes to be able to do that. But that is the idea here. And I'm also going to create a bit more sort of verticality in areas. So some of these areas that look kind of flat right now, like here, when I paint them later, they're going to be like terraces within those shapes. And those terraces are going to go down quite a bit. And like this stuff is going to have height to it that you can't see right now because they're flat shapes. So it's going to be very like stepped and vertical. The ceiling's also going to have a lot of like stalactites that are sort of going to cause interesting overlaps with the sky holes and stuff like that. So yeah, that's the idea. It's really helpful to see how you simplify things into shapes. Yeah, I do this with my characters, right? And I think at a certain point, some things, some compositions and so on, are much easier to conceive as shapes than they are as a drawing. Like in a drawing, certain things can be conveyed, yes, but I often find that sometimes the drawing can only go so far, and then shapes take over as being the kind of predominantly more interesting way to, well, being the best way to conceive of the whole space. So something like this is that there is a lot going on, and the drawing does provide information, but I think shape actually gets me there quicker, or at least gets me to a point where I can see the space. So But yeah, very very interesting because actually the sulfur pools and everything they're really quite abstract, right? So it is really sort of designing a a pattern for the eyes to follow in a way. More so than thinking of it as a landscape, like actually just trying to conceive of it as like a pattern. Hey, thanks for sticking around. Hopefully we get quite far with it, and then when you next see it, it'll be a lot further along. You cannot do it within 10 hours. Uh, yeah, I feel like this one is a bit more complicated. It might take longer. Tell you what, it is gonna be a tough one to build. Not gonna lie, but we just gotta be brave. Wrong layer. God damn it. Stop it. Goddamn Photoshop. Okay. Okie dokie. Sorry, I'm just doing some like working out of stuff as as I'm looking at this, so it's a little bit difficult for me to like talk and do that at the same time, but sort of understanding what I'm trying to achieve here. So I need to sort of do this one rock, this one sort of terrace, to give myself a bit of an anchor for what I'm trying to achieve here. So I'm just getting these refs ready because I'm going to pick some colors from them. I think once I have this kind of more solidified in my mind, I feel a bit better about where we're going with this. Because it's bloody difficult, I tell you. I really love the shapes that the pools make. I'm trying to sort of simplify that down into like some brush strokes here. I don't want to be going into a ton of detail. I really want this to have a kind of much more like painterly finish to it. So I'm looking at the shapes that I see here, and then I'm trying to make a sort of simplified version of those with my brush. The idea that I'm trying to get with the brush strokes is that I want them to have a lot of variance in their width across their length, so that there's a really nice sort of like thick to thin feel about them. This is a very nice way to get very dynamic lines and movement in a piece, is to go thick to thin. I'm also trying to think about like the design of the pools, in as much as I want some to be a lot larger and like the edges to be really thick, you know, like some of these are really built up, but then in other ones they're going to be really quite thin and small, and having that juxtaposition of detail is quite nice. There's a lot of these like rounded and wiggly shapes, so I'm kind of putting those in, and I'm trying to basically do one rock, my like hero rock here, just to get a sense of how I'm going to do the others. And I think it's just going to help me better conceive of the space within the image. And once I have that, I feel like I'll be a little bit more comfortable going around and figuring out the rest. It's like I almost need to do one to just figure it out. This is where it probably would have been handy to do a study in the beginning, right? Of this particular thing. But alas, I was too excited in the beginning, so I didn't do the necessary groundwork and actually do a study. So we're doing it here. But it's live, you know, so this is not always going to go to plan. I love the colors in the liquids on these. It's so nice. The combination. Those really like deep greens and like turquoises, and yeah, really, really, really nice. Quick question to understand your workflow. But while blocking out shapes, are you doing this in local colors and then later you're adding a layer with just lighting, or are you blocking out the shapes with the lit colors of the rocks already in mind, and then you only add a shadow layer eventually? Okay. Sometimes I will block things out in just kind of a monotone value that the piece is going to be in. So in this, like, they're not necessarily blocked out in their final colors or anything like that. They're more blocked out in, like, you know, darker stuff in the foreground. Darker stuff in the foreground, lighter stuff in the midground, and so on in the back. It's not super representative of actually how they're going to look finished. Although it is roughly what they're going to look like, if that makes sense. For some of these, I will later add a multiplier layer to do the lighting. Like on this one, for example, I'm almost sort of painting the base color right now. And then I will go in and add some lighting on separate layers later on. So yeah, hopefully that clears it up. For characters, what I tend to do is just do these kind of flats in like a base color. So like the color of the object, local color of the object, right? And then I will add lighting as separate on top of that, so that I can mess around with the local colors and stuff like that at any point. This is especially important with client work because you never know when you're going to have to change the lighting at an early stage, especially in like marketing pieces where, you know, they want emphasis on stuff, and so you're adding in extra lights sometimes later, or at the design stage, and it's just being flexible within that workflow is helpful. But here it's going to be much more like I'm working and kind of like the average color for the thing, and then I'll go back into it later and do a bit of lighting, if that makes sense to you. Yeah, I'll show you in a sec, because I'll get to a point in this fairly soon that I'll show you what I mean a bit more. Okay, so if you think that these are kind of like the base colors for these things, right? Turn my references off. Right here. And I'm intending to have some light that comes through this hole and really highlights this rock out a bit more. So what I would then do, you know, I basically have the general value color that this is going to be without lighting, let's say. Then I have these pool edges which kind of are telling me where the flat surfaces are and building those out. And then underneath that I just have like the build up of rock and stuff and the water. Okay? And altogether that looks like this. So then what I'm going to do with pretty much all the shapes in this composition is when they're like this, I'm going to add a multiply layer onto them. Okay. Like that. And then I'm going to mask that. And I'm going to just use black and white to paint into that mask. And I'm going to sort of like paint the light onto them. And in some cases I can even use the strokes themselves, like in this case the pool edge, to get the mask. You know, something like this. And then without the mask, to kind of introduce some of the lighting on it. So like this. So, you know, maybe let's just say it's something like that, right? And I'll basically do this for every single shape in here. And I might adjust this as well, the multiply layer. You know, I might decide actually it needs a bit more like down here, like a bit more sort of green in it, because there's a lot of reflected light coming from the green water. So I'm going to put some green into this and so on. And I will adjust it this way. And then on top of all of that, I'm going to make a linear dodge add layer. Oh, linear dodge add. Turn off transparency layer shapes. And this I will use for like specular reflection. So, you know, on the water here, just like a direct reflection of the sun. Something nice and like zingy. Shing. If I can get the right shape. Yeah, maybe something like this. And I might even hit that with a bit of color dodge as well. But that's basically what I'm going to do inside of every single shape in here. You can see it is quite effective. And it also means that later, if I want to change the lighting, right? Let's say for whatever reason, I don't want this lighting. It's not baked in. So if I just duplicate my lighting layer, okay, and turn off the old one, and I also just erase this mask. Let's take that linear dodge add layer away. I could completely change the direction of the lighting, right, and have it do something like this, you know. Coming in from a different direction. See what I mean? And I don't destroy any of the paintings. So like the shapes or what I call the flats, are separate from the light, and this is as a process for working with clients is fantastic because it enables you a lot of flexibility. You can even show them like various options in color to choose from, and you still have a lot of you have all the rendering and stuff underneath. And if this was then the final one, and they're sticking with that, I can go in on top of that and just paint into it if I needed to. But you can see, like, okay, this is lighting option 1. All right, this is lighting option 1, and then this is lighting option 2. And you could show the client those two things. So it's very helpful, very, very helpful. Yeah, it's really quick, really, really quick. Especially if you're doing stuff that's much more painterly. Like, I don't anticipate making anything much more detailed than this within the entire painting. It's really going to be just a very sort of painterly execution overall. So this has actually really helped me doing this one part. It was kind of racking my brains a little bit, being like, how does this actually come together? Because there's a lot going on. But now that I've seen this within the shape, I can really just go around and refine a shape. Take a shape like this, refine it in a way that helps the composition, and then paint inside of it like this, and it's gonna work out. We did it. We did it, Alex. We did it. I don't know if you guys could tell, but I was having a quiet stress in my mind for 15 minutes or so while I was drawing out the shapes. I always forget this portion of making an artwork. It's like, even though it's been many years now of making artworks, I always forget that the beginning has a lot of anxiety associated with it, a lot of doubt in like, oh, can I pull this off? Is this the right thing to do? How am I going to paint it? Oh, I don't like what it looks like. And I always forget that the beginning of any painting has this anxiety. It's almost like how they say that once women have given birth, that they, their brain is like flooded with endorphins and stuff, and it's like they forget how traumatic the childbirth experience was, and so they always look back on it as like with sort of rose-tinted eyes, rose-tinted glasses, like, oh, it was a beautiful and wonderful experience, which I'm sure I'm not saying it isn't, but it obviously is unbelievably painful at the same time. It's like the brain has blocked out the pain. I guess so that you'd want to do it again at some point. So it's like that with painting. That's not me directly comparing painting to childbirth. I'm just FYI. You know what I mean. Do you ever do that though? Forget how overwhelming the beginning of the process is and then freak out at some point and be like, I don't know what I'm doing, I can't draw, blah 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 blah. Only to then come back around a bit later and be like, I'm okay. I worked it out. Waiting for the freeze frame high five moment at the end of the stream once the painting works out, because it will. Freaking out is mandatory, I think. Then with the added thoughts of, I forgot how to draw. Yeah. Oh yeah. I can be a bit of a freak out merchant sometimes. Honestly, they feel pretty good now that we've got this one shape in, and so now really the only difficulty is staying on top of the perspective and where things are lining up to, and creating interesting and varied shapes that are like both painterly but interesting to look at and have enough variation to them. And that's just having to be careful about the design of them, but this is something I feel comfortable doing, and I'm very, very used to this brush and like what it can do. This is my absolute favorite brush right now, and it has been for a few years. But I feel like I'm really able to create decent shapes with it. So you can't see it just yet, but what I'm being conscious of here is creating height within the shapes so that the shapes aren't very flat. This one has a lot of height in it now because and depth in it. And you can see that by the shading, right? But obviously this one right now, you can't see that. So it all looks like it's one plane, but it's not going to be. Okay, I'm just gonna flick the kettle on, grab my drink. I'll be 1 second. Just making that quick coffee, you know. Yeah, and then I'll do like the water, pardon me, on top of these. So you'll see what I mean about the depth now. There's like vertical depth and terraces rather than it all appearing like really flat. Got to refill with fuel. Yes, exactly. Very important. Very, very important. Oh, so this one actually needs to be a bit more like this. Okay, kettle's boiled. I'm just quickly going to make a coffee, but I'll leave this up on here. Cool. Yeah, man. I'm really starting to enjoy this one now. I can see how it's going to be finished. So... Okay, we're back. Okay, brilliant. So again, same with the other one. We're going to like mask it, and then that's how we can choose to do the lighting on it. And it's only going to get like a little bit of lighting because it's not like the main. Whoops, wrong layer. Next. It's only going to get like a little bit of light because I want our hero one. Actually, the light's not even coming in at this direction. What am I playing at? So yeah, this one isn't our like main dude. So I don't want him to get loads of light, if any, you know. We can give him some very like soft very ambient lighting on the pool and stuff, but yeah, he's really not in the light too much, so. Yo, Lieutenant Danny 18. Or Daniel. Or Daniela. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing good. Hi, good morning. Yo. Yeah, I'll obviously like keep ducking in and coming back to some of these shapes. They're not like final or anything, but I am trying to get like a good idea on like where they're at. And I also want to like separate some of these out a little bit. Like there's going to be some like sulfur steam and stuff coming up from some of these, which is really going to, you know, affect stuff and help us see certain shapes and stuff like that. Where is that shape? Yeah, I also want to do... The advantage of like building it up this way is that I can basically create shapes anywhere I want and not interrupt what's already been done. And this is really quite freeing, really. I can just sort of build up the piece in a way that I find interesting, you know? So sorry, I'm just scribbling down some notes for myself. I think I want to like tackle this thing that's next to me right now. I really love this kind of gradient in these, so yeah, these kind of darker gradients I think are really cool. So let's work on this dude on the right here. Yeah, this brush will be quite nice for this. Yeah, these like really sort of darker, more like chocolatey browns. Really very nice. I don't want to go too dark because I mean I could paint them without the multiplier layer on, I guess. Sod it, we'll go dark. It's just got to integrate nicely into the ceiling, you know? But we can make that happen. So the brush strokes that I'm doing on this, you know, obviously really quite loose and brush strokey. But I want them to have a nice variation between like textured and untextured. Some stuff that's really thin, some stuff that's a lot thicker, and so on. It just needs to have like a really nice variation to it. And I really like that sort of gradient. I'm imagining, right, that, you know, you've got all these sulfur pools and they're all bubbling up and creating this mess, but that like the ceiling itself, it gets sort of stained lighter because of all the smoke and stuff that's coming up. Sort of gives it that sulphur stained look. So there's these really nice like gradients that come into play. I make some cookies for my flatmate. Have a nice day. Yeah, you too. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you around. Enjoy the cookies. Bring some back to share. Yeah, honestly, I think there is merit in obviously not color picking when you're doing studies specifically to learn color. Like, I think that's a good way to do it. But yeah, using the reference and just color picking from it, I don't see an issue with. It's the color I want, so. I'm not really sure why people like are sort of really gatekeepy about that kind of stuff. I think it's daft personally, but there's a lot of daft people around, so. It helps me for when I do studies later too, like with light and dark shadows next to each other, especially, or the way landscapes can be different true color than what they appear as. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I think it's all down to if you're specifically studying color and you're color picking, you're not helping yourself, right? Because that's the whole point of the study is to learn about color and how to apply it and how to pick it and so on. And that's fine. But yeah, if I'm doing a piece like this on stream, especially, like, I'm gonna color pick from my reference. Like, I'm trying to do that thing. To add the extra of having to eyeball all the colors for the sake of I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really know what the what the point of that would be for me to like do them by eye, basically. Especially doing something like this. I don't need to prove I can do it. I know I can do it. I've made a career of it, but there's always going to be some weird gatekeepy kind of people that are like, well, you gotta only do it like this. Like, okay, sure. Sure, dude. I actually love the color combos in these pools. They're so cool. Every time I do the water part of it, I'm always like, oh yeah, that's the juice right there. Yeah, I guess it could very much be a sort of Avatar-esque kind of landscape biome. I could see them doing this. Avatar 4, The Way of Sulphur. I'm going to add a little bit of like reflected light bouncing up into the rocks here. Almost kind of like a little bit of a caustic reflection. Just something that's closer to us. a little bit, like these pools are like reflecting a bit of light back onto the rock a little bit here. They have a video game that has biomes with rivers and arches similar to this. Oh, cool. Very nice. Maybe this one has a bit of light creeping out over it. Let's have a look. Just a little... I wouldn't normally advocate for like putting some light right in the front corner, but I think it's abstract enough that it's gonna be okay. That's okay. Basically I wouldn't like put a really bright hot spot or like some really bright lighting like off in one corner, really away from the focal point, because you know the contrast of it draws the eye quite a bit, and that's you know ultimately can be a bit distracting and pull the viewer away from something that they should otherwise be looking at. But I think we can get away with it here. It's kind of abstract enough that I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue, just to have a little bit of a, you know, another sky hole that we don't see above that is doing it. I wouldn't say it's like 100% don't ever do that, because none of the rules really are like that. But I do think you should be careful in doing stuff like that. Yeah, a little bit of a light source is a treat. Yeah, exactly. And I'm just trying out the look of this right now. This isn't something that I will put in till later. But I do want to maybe have like a little bit of sulphurous gases rising up from some of the pools. I think specifically I want to do it on the hero pool, this one that's right here, just to really pull the attention into it. But to separate out some shapes, I think it would be quite nice as well to do that. Color dodge. Transparency shapes, layer off. Yeah, like some shape to lose some detail a bit later and then actually enforce some shapes is going to be quite nice. But yeah, like here I might do something like this, you know, where it's like a nice hot spot right in our focal point with a bit of smoke coming off of it, like the sun is maybe slightly evaporating the surface, or the sulphur's just evaporating off, I guess. You know, that would be like that, but then we'd have other bits like, you know, So I'm just building up the sort of roof structure part here, and then I'm going to actually work on the ceiling a little bit, and then we're in a really good spot, and we can start working out a little bit more the sort of the depth going down. We can sort of figure out the light coming through the ceiling, and how that's going to light various places in the image. So that should be quite fun. Yeah. So just letting you know, that's what I'm doing. Oh no. Wrong layer. Damn. When do you decide to use big texture brush, and how do you know too much texture is too much, like when it gets too busy? I'm being like semi-conscious of the size of the texture. So like here it's quite big. Here it gets a little smaller. And then here I use much less of the texture brush, but it's really quite small, right? You know, in this. So when I get to like these ones back here, it's really going to be barely any texture brush, and I'm just going to let that sort of texture detail fall off quite dramatically, so that the background just becomes much more like flat shapes, and closer to the foreground is more textured. But also that if I'm using the same brush, that I try and at least make that the big unobvious brush strokes of that same brush much larger in the foreground than they are in the background, and just sort of like tear off the size of it quite dramatically, because you don't need a lot of texture in the background, especially to sell the depth. So it's just about being sparing with it, but then making sure that you're not using the same size of texture all the way back, which is something I see quite a bit when people. I learned to paint digitally without texture brushes, right? So when it came to painting textures, I would just hand paint them all, and because of that, I'm kind of quite aware of, you know, how much you can get away with with suggestion. And so now when I use texture brushes, I'm really quite sparing with it, because usually I would just paint all of that stuff myself, and that's kind of how I learnt to manage the texture of things. But I see people that grab texture brushes early on, before they really sort of understood about painting so much, and they tend to run into issues with scale and texture density, and even like mismatching texture fidelity. You know, like some texture brushes work really well at large sizes and some not so much. And if you're using like a really sort of detailed brush texture, and you're using it for, say, like a cloud brush, right, that's been made from photos of a cloud, and it's like really quite detailed and so much, and then on the ground you've got like low res texture details that are a little bit more low resolution and sort of pixely. That sort of mismatch of detailed density at different depths in the image is going to look really bad as well. So I mean, you don't need loads of brushes to do stuff. I've got my faves, and really it's like these here are my go-tos, and even then a lot of those aren't in constant use. They're more like useful for a specific thing a lot of the time. Yeah. It's in the same way that you drop off just hand painted detail as you get further back. You're just gonna do it with the texture brush. It's just really easy to overdo it though. The best use of texture brushes, when you see someone like John Park or forgotten his name now, Craig Mullins, someone like that, when they use one, they're really conscious of this size discrepancy and texture density and so on, and so it looks kind of effortless and in a way even like scribbly to the untrained eye. And so I think people look at that stuff and they're like, oh yeah, cool, like I can do that. And then then they end up making like quite a bit of a mess when it comes to doing it themselves. You've really got to understand what the texture brush is doing to be able to use it effectively. And you got to understand what it represents as well. Like, a lot of texture brushes are there to represent like a simplification of a real texture. And when people design their own ones, they use them in a very specific way for a specific purpose, and therefore they know how to wield it and what to do with it. But if you download a brush pack from an artist, you can kind of look at the brushes and be like, oh yeah, this is kind of useful, this is that. You can get unstuck quite quickly using someone else's texture brushes. It can be a bit difficult to do. So Just be careful out there. Yo, TV Punks is now following. Thank you for the follow, TV Punks. So I'm just trying to get the ceiling here to integrate with like the pillars coming up and the sort of design of the ceiling shapes itself. I think I might need to like mask the edge up here actually. Yes, yes. Marco Trinidad, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Cool, okay, that worked better. There we go. We're back. It'll help if I labeled all of my layers as well to find stuff, but alas, it's something I'll end up doing after stream, and then tomorrow when I paint, I'll be like, oh, amazing. Hi everyone, new landscape today, these sulfur lakes I guess. Hello, yes, we kind of finished the boat, the stormy beach yesterday, so today we talked about sulfur pools a little bit at the end and I was like, ooh, yeah, sulfur pools. So, but I also talked about doing something with a lot more verticality, so this is us attempting to do that. Attempting being the optimal word right here. I want these edges up here. It's like, imagine there's also sulfur pools out here on the surface. And they sort of drip down into these caverns, so there's still like, there's just layers of this stuff. At one point, maybe the underside of these would have been the ceiling, you know? Feels like the hardest stage of a platformer. Jumping puzzle. Incoming. It's like the hardest part of a Destiny raid. Jumping puzzles. I'm just trying to get like a little bit of a sense of like a flow and pattern into the ceiling. But I do need to sort of like knock the appearance of that back a little bit. I don't want it to be like too overwhelming in that way. So a lighten layer is pretty good for this. I'm just sort of averaging out the values across it. And then I noticed I've moved the sky there for some reason. Why? Yeah, jumping in Dark Souls, yeah. I'm useless at those like jumping puzzles. What was that game that came out a while ago? Always Up or something like that. Dario Art, thank you for the follow. Welcome. There's going to be like more stuff hanging from the ceiling when it comes to like stalactites and stuff like that. Later on, we'll clutter the place up a little bit and get a bit more stuff going on. Any aliens here? Yeah, there's probably some, isn't there? There's probably some, let's be fair. Let's be fair. Couchy boy. Quick, light roasts or dark roasts? Do you know... I don't really know ultimately what the difference is, but I'm going to go dark roasts. I don't know much about coffee, to be honest, if that's what we're talking about. Like, I drink coffee, but I don't really know much about it. I'm not a... Haven't been on the deep dive, the coffee deep dive. Yes, dark roast for the win, I agree. Okay, perfect. I'm glad we're on the same page. I was worried for a second. Dark roast for sure, but light roast actually have more caffeine. Whoa. Light roast was the correct answer. Dark roast is generally burnt. I'll fight for the light roast corner. Alright, Dan. Welcome, Dan. How are you doing, mate? Slept in, didn't I? Excellent. I like darkest roast because I like the coffee version of stouts. Dark roast are more like chocolatey, nutty, bitter notes. Light roast is more acidic, more fruity coffee. It's generally harder to extract light roast nicely. Okay. Okay. Well, getting a little coffee education here. You thought we just drew pictures over here, but couchy boy, coffee boy, I should say. Welcome to the stream. Choosing dark roast definitely deserves a follow. Hey, yo. We picked right. It was a 50-50. No, it wasn't. I do like stuff that tastes a bit more, like you said, like chocolatey, nutty, that kind of a thing. Something that more acidic kind of coffees I'm not so into. Personally. Currently on a 10 stream watch streak. Goddamn, that's every stream. That's every goddamn stream. I have 10 stream watch streak, so I am correct, Light Roast. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I had a light roast from a specialty shop and honest tasted so much like tomato juice. It was wild. Wow. I would not like that. I also just like really rubbish coffee sometimes as well. Like I don't mind instant coffee, to be honest. I know that's maybe like a bit of a heathen thing to say, but it is in my name. I guess I am a heathen. But yeah, I do like a crappuccino every now and again. Just a real shitty one. Yeah, there's something about just an instant that is actually quite nice. I always go to the coffee shop in the morning and get a cappuccino with my wife, and I like that. It's always a very nice coffee. But yeah, when I'm at the studio, obviously I prefer just a instant decaf. And it sees me through. I drink decaf later in the day so I can keep drinking coffee. Yeah, I just drink decaf coffee all day after the morning so that I can have the flave, but without the buzz. Um, isn't it true that Army has like insane amounts of caffeine every day? I'm sure, yeah. I function off of caffeine and nicotine, otherwise I get grumpy. White monsters are a military staple. Damn, yeah. Everyone at paintball drinks White Monster. I'm the only one that doesn't. And I know a lot of people do those like zins as well, the snus stuff, and they say that helps them focus, but I feel like it's the easiest way to get yourself into an insane nicotine addiction. Sorry, I'm just going to the loo. I'll be right back. I'm back. Luke Ham for subs. Yeah. Yep. Alrighty. Yeah, I hear that they sort of like they market Zins as like a sort of a productivity hack, you know, like a helps you focus. Uh, but I don't think that's actually true. I think it's more just like you're really buzzed out on the amount of nicotine. And for some people, I guess they liken that to being like extremely focused. Uh, but if I understand, it's not actually like that. Yeah, for real. It is kind of like that. Nothing will get more housework done than cocaine. So I'm just like quickly trying out in the background here, like I guess the method by which I would use to build up some, well, just the look of it, I guess. But I still want to have like some other areas of shapes and stuff that are at different heights in here. Like I don't just want this kind of like vast plain of terraces, but it's more like there's much more vertical depth and stuff still going on down here. But I'm just sort of conceiving of that as a drawing quickly, or some shapes, I guess, quickly to kind of see how I might go about doing this. And I suppose like this terrace here, this side bit doesn't even have to necessarily go to the ceiling, does it? If it don't want to. If you ever listen to the comedian Joey Diaz, yeah, he's got some stories. He's got some pretty questionable stories as well. But yeah, he does tell a good coke tale for sure. Yeah, he was someone that was very, very in. Used to be good back then, am I right? League of Legends. The most dangerous one of them all. League of Legends. Tough game, old League. Yeah, super pro. Really pro. League is so hard, honestly. Gold 4. I don't think I ever got to gold. Honestly, it's one of the most difficult games. Yet you need to know so much to be able to play League, especially in ranked. When it's unbelievably difficult. Yeah, if you don't like keep on top with the changes in the meta and stuff like that, which is like quite a lot of work. Yeah, it can become extremely difficult. Dan and I used to mess around on it quite a bit, but it was great. I thought it was great because we lived together, so we could just jump on and play, and you know that makes the comms so much easier, and that made it like really fun. Really, really fun. But yeah, I'm someone that I always play games, PC games on controller as well, so using the mouse to even move is like is difficult. I'm not a mouse guy. Yeah, we're bots. We're bots too. It was wild addictive. Yeah, it is. It is a fantastic game. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just hella difficult. Yo, Soup 0209. Welcome to the stream, my guy. Thanks for tuning in. We have about 25 minutes left of stream today. I'm heading off. I need to go buy some new paintball boots. I say paintball boots. It's football boots, but to play paintball in. I am back for the first training with my team on Saturday after the off season, and maybe I forgot to take my boots out of my kit bag and they have basically molded, so I need to get some new ones. Maybe that happened. Maybe they molded. That's how I felt about Siege. I got to the point where I got so grumpy playing that I was like, why am I even playing this if it isn't fun anymore? Yeah, I was playing like competitive League of Legends, competitive Apex Legends, doing tournaments. Not anything high level. Like I only ever got to diamond in ranked, but we did tournaments, and yeah, I was taking it so seriously, and I kind of just like lost the fun in it after a while, and I was like, why am I even playing this? So yeah, I stopped. Yo, Cookie, mate. How you doing? You finally beat the flu. I feel for you, man. The flu's no fun. No fun at all. I'm glad you're starting to feel a bit better. Oh dang, nice environment. Thanks, dude. Yeah, we started this one today. We finished the kind of boat, stormy boat one yesterday, and then I was like, oh, I really want to do like a sulphur pools, sulphur kind of biome with a lot more verticality. So we started this one. What? I think we've been working on it 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's going okay. There's still kind of quite a bit to do, and I'll probably like look at it tomorrow and be like, hey, and make some changes as always. But I'm not hating it right now, so that's good. Yeah, not hating it is a good sign. Yeah, I'm just trying to suss the value range right now in the background, because it was feeling a little bit too light and airy, and I think there would be a lot of smoke and sulfur and stuff in the air here, so it's gonna drop off quite significantly the level of detail quite quickly, and also just the sort of haziness in the air. And what I also noticed was that I'd intended to have this like focal point. Hang on, this song shouldn't be on the playlist. I was going to turn the music off for the last bit. I'm sick of it looping. So I intended this area here to be like the focal point, basically, like the light that's coming through the sky hole to sort of hit that pool and be really, really bright. And it wasn't doing that. in that example. I really want this kind of like acidy yellow. Asta, how are you? Yes, we are painting sulfur pools, just like they have in the Danakil Depression in Ethiopia. That's the kind of ref that we're looking at today. I just had up just before. Very cool looking place. That one level on Risk of Rain. Game I've never played, actually. People rave about it. People rave about it. Technically, I've only played the second, but it's a very good roguelike. Yeah, I've heard this. I've heard this. I'm very much playing Path of Exile daily right now. I'm wondering if here... I'm wondering if here should actually be like... how is the current league? Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it. This is the first time I've ever played a Path of Exile game. So it's all brand new to me. It's the first time I've ever played like this kind of ARPG as well. I've never played Diablo or anything like that. So yeah, the whole thing is a novel experience for me, but it's very good. I'm enjoying the game a lot. It's excellent, and it's not even finished. So I've only just reached the end game at the moment. So I'm still like fresh out of the campaign. I'm level 71, I think. And yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. Like, honestly, really great experience. You just get so much agency as a player to craft the character and the experience that you want, and the crafting, like building of your character's class and everything is just fantastic. Like, it's so in depth, and you can basically play, exactly what you want to be. You can diversify the, you can pick a starting class, obviously, but it's only really a suggestion. You can build it out in so many different ways. And hybridize and specialize, or like even build around one specific piece of gear that you find, one specific unique piece of gear that does a certain thing that kind of lets you break the game in a way. Well, but like at least break the limitations of your build and so on. It's just really good. And the gameplay loop's very fun. I love doing the abysses, which is kind of like you get like hordes of monsters basically that spawn out of the ground, and you fight them. My build's like pretty nice for that. And yeah, so it's PoE 2. Yeah, really enjoying it. I haven't played a game for years that I think about when I'm not playing it. You know what I mean? I've not been into a game like this for years and years and years. So it's really refreshing to be like hooked back in and actually like think about the game when I'm not playing it. It's kind of, that's how sort of excited it's got me. So yeah, really cool. Didn't know if I'd be into it myself, but I gave it a try. When early access first got announced, and I saw a lot of hype about it, and I was like, oh, I'll give it a go. And I did, and I couldn't get into it at the start. It was just like so overwhelming. But what I did play, I liked, and then I left it until this current league started. And I was like, I'm going to jump back in. I'm going to give it another go. And yeah, I'm enjoying it loads. Much, much more. Yeah, it's addicting. Yeah, it's just got a great gameplay loop. And like, even if you didn't want to play the game, you just wanted to like trade unique items and like play the game like that, just be like just be like the stock market. You can do that. Which is really cool. Is the solo experience good? I'm playing it solo. Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing it with anyone. Like, I'm enjoying it. It's just great. I'm just really enjoying like the level designs, the way that I can play the character however I want. The crafting is so in depth. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say that I recommend it for everyone, because I really don't think it's the kind of game for everyone. It is a bit confusing at times. It's still in early access, so like some systems aren't fully fleshed out yet, and like some stuff I've found like pretty difficult to understand. So it's not perfect, but yeah, it is great. Alrighty, ladies and gents. Sorry to cut the PoE discussion short, but that is the end of the stream for today. I hope everyone had a good time. I certainly did. If you would like to see how we started this, because we started this morning, from a sketch from my sketchbook. There is the YouTube link on this page in the About section. That will take you to a playlist of all of my streams. And this one will be there as soon as I finish it up today. As soon as I hit the stream is over, it will be there. So you can, if you want, you can rewatch back the start of this, and yeah, you can see how we started it and how it's going. I will be streaming tomorrow. I will start streaming earlier tomorrow though, however, because I have some stuff I need to go and do in the afternoon, and I'm just checking what time that stuff is. Okay, yeah, I will be starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and going from 10 till 2. So, yeah, just be aware that it'll be an hour earlier. And I will be continuing with this. And, yeah, we'll hopefully get it in a really good state tomorrow. I got a lot further with it today than I was anticipating. You'll see if you watch the VOD, like, I was having a bit of a wobble in the beginning because I was like, oh, I don't really know if I can pull this one off. Like I hadn't practiced or done an environment like this before, so I was a bit like, oh god. But we managed to pull it out in the end. So cool. Anyway, that being said, I will catch you all tomorrow. Have a nice rest of your day, and yeah, I'll see you then. Bye.